For sure, it requires that infrastructure. But the truth is, I don't know if it's because of my training or my experience, but the first thing is to be customer centered. We really need to create experiences. That's what comes first. And this conference is going to be centered on how to achieve those experiences. The other part, the operational excellence and infrastructure, those are enabling factors, and they are very important. And along this line, my dear colleagues, it's playing hard to get. Maybe I'm not directing the control device. My dear colleagues. Very well. Okay, now, thank you. Right now, the digital customer, look, one of the main differences among customers. Before, it was not well seen to send an email at 10 p.m. Come on, how come you're sending me an email? I'm sleeping. But today I forgot to transfer some money at 3 in the morning. Can I do it? Am I going to do it? Yes, no problem. Oh, the gift for my wife. Oh, tomorrow is the day. Can I go into mercadolibre.com? Yes, immediately. So one of the characteristics that we need to acknowledge and understand right now, time has extended itself. It's no longer from 8 to 5 p.m. It's 24 hours. Another element, our smartphone is all for us, isn't it? We might forget anything, but we can't forget our cell phone. We can't live without it. And as customers, we are demanding, we want more. What's the app to do transfer, to look for the hotel, to look for business intelligence? What's the app to see those indicators? We are avid, we are hungry for those digital services. What else is important? The speed of change. Before that, the telephone, telegram. Do you remember? No, you don't remember. We are all very young. But I knew somebody that was a telegraphist, and he would say, Fidel. And I would say, Don Ubaldo, what did you do when there were no more telegraphs and you were a telegraphist? And he said, Fidel, the truth is, it was a shock for me, because that's what I know how to do, to send telegraphs. What did he do? He became a mechanic, and he started a mechanic business. And what initially was a curse became a blessing for him. So new technologies, new enabling technologies. Yesterday there were mentioned several, but those are enabling technologies. And the most important thing, the possibility to define, to find, to discover new business models. And what we are going to see is one of the tools to be able to understand and discover these new business models that are hidden. So how does digital transformation, how will it help me to achieve a service economy? The first element, and that's important. In the same way that in quality we say, are you certified? Aren't you, my dear? What's your name? No, behind you. Are you certified? Aren't you? Why don't you send me your whole documentation? Aren't you certified? So you have a quality manual. You have a process characterization. You have indicators. Can you please send those to me so I can get certified? No, why not? Come on, that's the reality in many organizations. It happens, but definitely is not the correct thing to do. In this sense, we have the same thing with digital transformation. Each company is different. And you know what? We had to talk with a customer, and you know what was the digital transformation? To go from Word to Excel. Well, it sounds funny, but because comparative charts to select the provider, he would do that in Word with the calculator in his hand, and I would tell him that was an SME, a family company, and I told him, why don't you go into Excel and do it in Excel? The Excel is going to tell you the totals, and he's going to show you the charts. You can do that? Yes. And what did he say? Wow, that's a light for me. It sounds funny, doesn't it? It sounds like fake, but it is the reality, and that was the first step in his digital transformation. So uh, tell me the route, Fidel, so I can get transformed digitally. Each company is different.
So what are we trying to do with this digital transformation? First, to transform job positions in the infrastructure. We have, do we have, what level of operations do we have here? Intermediate management? Who is it? All right, a few. No. High executives, directors. Congratulations. How good to see the big chiefs. Yes. What a joy, because you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we should understand, we need to understand that this digital transformation needs to generate a service culture and is going to require decisions in the change of infrastructures, organization-wise, physically and technologically as well. And the truth is, you, in, as far as the cyberspace, you know, they tell me, my friends say, the digital transformation needs to be focused on our clients. Is going to have to be optimized as far as processes, and that's where we come in. Come here. I know how to do this pretty much. I know how to define and analyze it, and it's going to need to transform the operational models as well. The, I had this conversation where they said to me, you know, I'm worried. I said, why, Abraham? What's going on? Because I was going to buy the house next door to be able to make my warehouse bigger, but you know what? They said no. So I have no more space. I was thinking to buy the house next door to grow my capacity. So, okay. So he was really stressed out. So I said, don't worry, everything's going to be fine. Because to him, that was the perfect solution. I said, have you ever thought about what's your identity, your DNA? What's good? Fidel, you know, I'm an ex consultant in a multinational company. So my company arose 15 years ago because I've got this talent to sell, to convince, to negotiate. I said, all right. So that is, so it's a commercial company. Totally. So you think you know everything about management and warehouses? Well, I'm learning, yeah, but you're learning too slow and not too well, you know, because that because that's the good thing about being an advisor, because you know if even an employee says to you they're going to sack him, but I said to him, you know, Abraham, you're doing it not well at all, you're being insufficient. And there's some companies that know how to do this very well, very quickly, more safely. As far as capacity, any warehouse you want. Believe me, these are not fairy tales, you know. And of course, he said, of course, Fidel, what do I need to do? So first thing, let's say how much is it costing you to put a ton of products in the warehouse? Well, I don't know. He said, well, let's analyze first how inefficient you are, and then after that, let's talk to CCC, to DHL, and see how much will you charge me for this? And if the value is less and the speed is more is greater, then you have to give it away. But do I have to give away my warehouse? Of course you do. He was in shock, to be honest, initially when I told him he was inefficient, and that wasn't his thing, you know, and he was more of a commercial person. And today this man said, you know what, I've decided to do this. Definitely. I said to him, what they do is they commercialize sauces, bread, everything for fast foods. And he said, you know what, I've changed my mind. I'm working for a third person, so I'm making those producers of sauces rich. So I talked to a company in Medellin. So I'm going to create my own brand. I'm going to create my own sauces that are very tasty but healthy. He said, I said to him, wait a minute. He said, no. You told me to be open-minded, right? I said, yeah, but, but you're going too far. Let's first analyze the risks. But anyway, what I'm trying to say here is that really what we need to do is to have an open mind and be clear about what my idea is, my identity, okay? I know in much outsourcing is like ABC, right? But there's many companies, 80 to 90% of the companies in Latin America are primes. And for the multinationals, that's like ABC. But for primes, this is like discovering. They're in the third or maybe even the second revolution. And what else are we doing? We are redesigning models of businesses. That's the intention with this digital transformation. What's the approach here? To be focused on the client, looking for efficiency, taking advantage of the value of data in the business, and precisely business intelligence is right there. Again, with Don Abraham, dear Abraham, I said, because he thought that the problem was against purpose. He was selling a lot, but he wasn't gaining too much, you know, nearly zero by then. I said to him, dear Abraham, you know, we're in intensive care right now. The oximeter is telling you you're alive, but barely. If you don't do something important today, tomorrow you'll die. I had to tell him like this. And why am I telling this? Because clients, how are your clients classified? AAA, AA? No, to me, all the clients are the same. That's a mistake. Not all clients are the same. Let me cut this long story short. Dear Abraham, 20% of your database are real clients. Loyal, they pay well on time, they buy considerable volume. The 80% are problems to you. They don't pay on time, small volumes, it's a burden on your logistics. So what do we do? Well, decisions. You'd rather stay with the 20%. Yeah, but the small ones, I could develop them. You know, the small today, they could grow. Well, let me tell you, my friend, you're in intensive care right now. Be careful. It's like, oh, the presentation for the dude, you're in the intensive care unit. Forget that. So that's one of the powers of information, you know, to be able to know the reality we're living today and how this reality isn't coherent with the vision of the future. So what's the objective there? of this transformation. Really, growth. Growth is the objective. Today, we're in times of growing as people, as organizations, as regions, as countries, even. No, but I was thinking we were in times of death because of the pandemic. No, 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 no. We're not. We're we're evolving and growing, just like a child becomes a teenager. My son Samuel was a very pretty boy, and today, as a teenager, he's got a big nose, he's got spots everywhere. I'm thinking, oh my God, how ugly! And my mother says, you were exactly the same. You were pretty as a small boy, but then you became a bit ugly. So what I'm thinking is today humanity is right there. We're teenagers. It looks a bit ugly. They're not children. They're not adults. They're changing. But this is what I'm saying. We're being right now teenagers. We're growing. It's painful. It's hard. It's not easy. I'm not playing with children anymore, but I'm not quite an adult to be with them. So what do I do? So the objective here is to get more benefits, which will be shown with the through quality service. And again, I know IT engineers are going to hate me now. Yeah, of course we're going to use them. Yeah, we'll use them. But they are not the focus of the transformation. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, we'll use them. How good that we have analytic, social, and all that. Yeah, that's very good and it's necessary, but that's not the focus of everything, of what we are doing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today in the world, according to the Economical Forum, we have a reality. And what's that reality? Is that excuse me, yes, there's this window, and those windows, what they do is they provide us with light. When there's light inside the room, they say, oh, well, what a pretty room, you have light and air coming in. And right now in the world, we're in front of a window, and it's a wonderful opportunity to reflect, to reimagine, to re-establish a future that is more healthy, more prosperous. An economist, the president, it doesn't talk about money. It's about equality, prosperity, and health. And I'm in tune with that. We are right there in front of this window, and the windows, sometimes they open and sometimes they shut. Let's not let this opportunity go. And with this, we have two possibilities. Oh, finally, we're back to normality again. Great. No. Well, now the normality is left behind. That's not normality anymore. That's what the Economic Forum, Global Forum said. So we have a restart. What do we do with the computer? We that we're not engineers, what do we do when something goes down? Well, let's restart it. Just restart immediately. Restart. And if it's too great, we can always format it. But it's the same, I think, is happening in the world right now. Today, we've restarted the world, rebooted it. And this allows us for new transformations of life and organization. So please, yeah, let's be happy. Let's forget about normalities left behind. That's it. Today we have a restart. And what does it mean to us? Normality and rebooting. You know what I've gathered from this? I think that the worst insults that could throw at us is, as people or as organizations, is to say normal. Hey, how are you as a consultant? Yeah, normal. Normal? What does it mean? I'm, excuse me? Normal means I'm in the middle. Yeah, I'm okay. Normal. Normal? Common? What's your university like? Yeah, it's a normal university. And as a company, yeah, it's a normal business, I suppose. As a husband, yeah, it's a normal husband. Oh, come on. That's a real insult, you know? Really? I think that's the worst insult. Normal. And the truth today is that we're gonna get out of being ordinary, average, normal. We don't want to be people, region, countries, companies that are normal. We want to be in the extremes. Not a bad extreme, obviously, but on the other extreme, the other end, which is excellence. You know, excelsius, that's the term, the one that is distinct. That's the window that's being opened right now. I want to be different. I want to be distinct. I don't want to be the same old just like everybody else. That's a great opportunity we've got. And in this sense, this, excuse me again, I went too fast. Okay, this restarting here, what elements does it require to be a person, organization, country, company? We are sustainable. There's many people who have this flag, oh, we've got to be sustainable, you know, let's not kill our planet. Yeah, well, today the current reality is we cannot be thinking about a company that should last if they don't have a sustainable approach, and above all, to real. Not like we can't be fragile before a pandemic. Of course, we've been fragile always, but today this fragility has been more exposed than before. I repeat, we've always been fragile, but this situation we're living currently has shown us how fragile we are. You see, my clients, your clients, and somebody said, hello, come with me. I've got something that's better than his. Oh yeah, we run towards that. These are my own employees, your employees. Your employees? Many died, they're sick, or they went to some other better organization. What's mine? My defects, my virtues. But the rest is, you know, I'm very fragile in reality. So now what? That's the $1 million question. Some of them were happy, some became sad. The question is, now what? Now what? Well, the first thing, creation of capitalism says with stakeholders focus. So we're happy there. Oh, they're talking about the ISO standards. Now I'm important, finally. But this is reality. Today we need to create really a capitalism, a way to manage and live, but not thinking about myself, but thinking about everyone. With all the people I'm interacting with, providers, the community, holders. Yes, we knew that. Yeah, well, of course we did know, but we didn't execute. So when the order came, oh, this is the matrix, this is expectations. Yeah, but this isn't not bad. But the question is, when you execute in the everyday life, were you thinking how would we both win, or were you thinking about yourself more? Okay, well, let's talk about that later on. The second element, the construction of a system that's resilient. You know, this is very fashionable topic today. People, organizations that don't understand that to be quality is not enough. Okay, ISO is aligned with that. That's why they've created these models of continuity of business. And thanks to, or despite the situation internally or externally, the boat has to go on, the show has to go on. I can't stop. I have to be fair and sustainable. Elements that are the ones who will pull our model. If it's a bank or a foundation, whatever, if it's either a bank or it's a foundation. The third element, we need to take advantage of, again, take advantage of the TICs. IDCs, the technologies. But I would like to let this be clear. The focus is when we need to be more green, more intelligent, and more fair. Even that's a word that really is too big for any one of us, to be honest. Because to be fair, that's anyone who says it's fair, they're liars. Anyone says they're fair, they're being liars. However, my work as a father, as a businessman, is to walk down those roads of justice.
And Fidel, why are you so radical that is saying that there is no justice? How much is fair for someone as far as salary? Will it be fair to pay somebody 1,000,000 pesos for a whole month of their life? Well, maybe 5. Okay, that's different. 10. Well, if he's a director, 20 million. Will it be fair that the top directors earn 20 million? You know what? There is not enough money to pay for a month of our life. And if I pay you 30, 40, 50 million, it's not fair. For you to leave your family, it's not fair. You can add as many zeros as you want to the check, but it's not fair. Or does anyone feel that their salary is good enough? No. But technology, I see that you're thinking a lot about that. Please, don't leave your job, okay? Okay, my family is worth more. Today I'm going to quit my job. No. Okay, let's not go that way. So in that sense, we're going to see how does quality 4.0 contribute to the current situation. Everything is 4.0, quality as well. Okay, do you want the picture? Oh, okay, there it is. So customer-centered culture. So what's the paradigm shift that comes with quality 4.0? No more looking for customers for your product. Oh, because we were able to have this product. Okay, now do marketing. Let people know that people might recognize the brand. Let them see the product. No, you don't need to look for customers for the product or service. Rather, we should understand, we should listen, and we need to involve the customer and find out what they want. Sanders says, you need to look for the pain that they have. Oh, I would like to offer this mic. It's wonderful. It's last generation mic. Oh, it's very nice, but I don't need it. The great challenge that we have, the people that are looking for quality, is to discover those pains. And why do I say pains? The analogy is, listen, if today, this morning, you have a tooth that is really, really hurting you intensely, not just a little pain, but I'm talking about an intense pain. You can't even concentrate at the conference. How much would you pay to a dentist with a portable service that comes here with their ambulance and that can help you right there? 100,000 pesos? Would you pay 100,000? More. How much? 200,000? 300,000? Would you think about paying 1 million pesos if the ambulance would be there in 5 minutes and would take that pain away, that very intense pain? Yes, that's one of the worst pains that you can suffer. So this is the people that go after quality. That's what we need to do. Listen, I'm not going to offer you what I have. Look at this nice mic. No, what is hurting you? What's your problem? What's your need? And it's a totally paradigm shift. But now, the ISO is in tune. Please don't think that the technical teams are not up to date. We are creating, we are participating at this committee. And this standard, do you know what was the first time that a technical, an international technical standard, it was recognized that management models transform the culture? The first standards on management system that was recognized as changing the culture was 56,002. Do you know what standard is that? Is starts with an it starts with I and ends with N. It's innovation management. That was the first standard, 56,002, where it was recognized that management models changed the culture. And the impact was so big that now we are creating this guide to understand, to analyze, to assess how the quality culture helps us to have a sustainable success. Next year, it will be ready. So you can be expecting it. It's coming up very nice. There have been many discussions and many headaches, but God willing, we are going to agree so that it will be ready. But this digital transformation, thinking about the quality of services, need to be centered in creating memorable experiences. And what does that imply? It implies that we need to be bolder. We need to be bolder. If we are not bold, if we don't dare to break those paradigms, this revolution 4.0, the 5.0 is going to come, and we are not going to live through what this transformation, this evolution means. Be bold. What are we doing? What are we doing in Pensemos? We have a suite that is robust, that is big. Well, that's very nice for a multinational company, for national policy, banks. And the first the first company will say, I'm not a bank, I'm not a university, I'm a small business, 10 people. Come on. The truth is, my dear Gamaliel is the director of Pensemos is here. Well, really is not right. Gamaliel had to think a lot to say, okay, let's do it, or shall we do it or not? But then what was the idea? Let's separate this business suite that was geared to big companies and let's prepare one for SMEs. But that was a big challenge. And today, Magnus is being positioned as a business intelligence solution for SMEs. Is it going to be a success? Will it work? The truth is, we're finding out. History will tell. But we need to be bold. It's good to be cautious about certain things, but to have a quality company, no. What are the current premises? Customers today are not just part of the organization, they are at the core of the business. And technology enables us to know the customer, to understand him. That's what we're going to do with technology. Again, it's just a means to an end. It will allow us to understand him, to understand what he likes and what he dislikes. That's the power of social media right now. Oh, it looks like Fidelis wants to buy some shoes, doesn't it? How do you know? Well, yes, because there was an ad, and then you compare these with that. And what happens when you do it 2 or 3 days? When you do it along a week? Oh, I am getting bombarded. How do these friends do that? How did they find out that I wanted to buy some shoes? Did I lost my intimacy? Of course, of course. That's the way it is. So technology is going to help us to get to know the customer, to understand him, and to achieve a premise, excellence model, to know their future needs. And how about the future with a crystal ball? No, Fidel, if you're looking for shoes, and then I say that you're looking after a toy, oh, you have children. Oh, but that child is going to grow. I'm going to send information about school. Oh, and then university. I'm going to be sending you university information. Your daughter is already 25. Oh, I'm going to send you some information about weddings. Well, yes, I lost my intimacy. They know what's going to happen now and in the future. Another element, the customer experience is the guiding light for the company. It's no longer the director, it's not the chairman of the organization, it's no longer the owner. No, the one that directs the company right now, Revolution 4.0, is the customer. Come on. He directs the company in this Revolution 4.0. It's not the CEO, it's not the chairman, it's not the director, it's the customer experience. And if the company is not working on that, what happens? Well, those are life decisions. You are destined to perish. As simple as that. What do we need to achieve with this possibility that the revolution offers? How can we get to know the organization internally? How can we get to know the customer? And how, using this information, are we able to generate value in a sustainable way? I'm not interested in little adventures of Cartagena 1, 2, and 3. I want a midterm, a long-term relation. Well, it sounds funny. Maybe there has been some things going on here in Cartagena. I don't want to know about these Congress outings. I want to have a relationship in the future with you. I'm going to see you again in the future. But we could have a whole master on that. Yes, we could have a whole master on that. And we're already doing that. Master on Innovation Management at Santo Tomas. Next. Yes, Fry. Yes, yes. We are going to do that. We are going to do in marketing for all our friends here. So, one of the elements is business intelligence. And what's this business intelligence? Is a concept that basically what it offers us is processes and methods to collect information, to process it, to store it, to analyze it. What for? To be able to make decisions. The greatest power that we have today is to make decisions using not assumptions, not conjectures, but from facts, from data, but precise, accurate data. That's the goal of business intelligence. And what are we going to achieve through business intelligence? Very quickly. Quick answers. Well, should I outsource this process? Well, let's see how expensive it is today. Well, should I close the office in Cartagena? Well, I don't know. Let's look at the data. Okay, there is something very important. I want to be slim, fitness. Yes, but Fidel, look at what you're eating. Look at the exercise that how much exercise you're doing. You are not consistent. And what business intelligence says, okay, do you want results? Do you want fruit? Well, let's see if the enabling factors, the strategies, the actions are going to take you to those results. What else does it tell me? How can we reduce time in handling? Fry, I don't have the report today. They haven't entered into the Excel the student registration. How come? No, I want that online. I want that today, 9 in the morning. I want to know how many students do I have. Not the ones for last month. No, today. This is what business intelligence allows. What happens with Pensemos? Imagine that work without business intelligence. Uh, Pluma Blanco, meeting with the minister or the president. How are we doing? Okay, okay, I heard that in Cartagena something is happening. Okay, let me. Commander, Cartagena commander, how are things going? No, that would be ridiculous. No, yes, there have been these protests, these riots. We have done this much investigation. We have captured this many people. This is business intelligence. What does that mean? That every office department there is this suite, and then they report whether there were thefts or there were crimes, and the general can see everything on his screen what's happening in the whole country. What do you think about that? To obtain detailed information in real time, I can zoom in. Okay, the customer likes this, he uses all this. Oh, it looks like this customer is not buying that much in the last few months. What happens? Because he was a very recurrent customer and he's not buying as much. And then Fidelito gets an email saying, "Oh, we are missing you, Miguel. Why don't you come here? You're very important to us." How do they know? Well, business intelligence. Okay? And something very important. Where do we need to trim? Where do we need to increase? Those are the big questions that the directors ask themselves. I have a limited budget. Would like to say yes to everyone, but I can't tell everyone yes. I need to prioritize where I'm going to assign some money, where I'm going to trim down. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, I don't like that guy. Let's trim it. No, everything that he says is going to be no. But yes, oh yes, for sure. If you need some money, go ahead. No, that's not the way to do it. That's not the way to do it.
Real stories, real life stories. Remembering real life stories. So, what's what's the, the truth is that people don't want products anymore. They don't want a coffee maker. What I want is to get up in the morning and then a little help, a little coffee in the morning. Is that help or is it no help? Of course, it's great help, but I'm not interested as such in the coffee maker. I want help. I don't want to use Transmillennial bus. I want to get quickly home to my wife and kids. All right, so I don't want to buy music in the music store. I hate that. I don't enjoy going there. What I want is to get home and select the music I wish without any ads, so I can be more relaxed and be more productive. So that is the challenge we've got. Not to discover the product they're buying, but the experience that they are looking for, the users, our clients. So Fidel, so how do we do this? Well, mastering. Well, because I don't have time for a master's degree. Let's a small tool, just a small sample. The the life cycle map of the client. What does that mean? What does the tool mean? Which is which one is it? It's a methodology used to help us analyze the experiences of clients. So you see, this evolution 4.0 needs to be focused on experience. How do we do this? So how do I do this? You know, the visual people love this. We don't like text. We like something, you know, visual where we can see the 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 road of life. Some organizations we have this roadmap. That's the last time I ever come here, you know. And to get to visualize from the point of view of the client, what is the relationship that they have with the organization? What does this mean? Pay attention. Right? It's a tool. This tool is the following. I know you like these cases. First, define who the client is, who the clients are. Your clients are not the people who buy. Okay, that's the first one. It's not. Is it not the same? No, it's not. Your clients are not the ones who buy stuff. It's the person or organization who want to have an experience in the long run. All right. So second, what are those sides that move, the insights that move clients? That's always a question I always ask. You know, why have you decided to work with us? What's the reason behind it? Was it the price? Or the consultants that we have? Is it the wonderful suite? Well, what's the reason? And something also very important, what are the points of interaction that we have between clients and an organization? And a concept that's very, very important, the moments of truth. That's a concept that's been around for a few years, but it's even more important today, more relevant. And based on that, we will visualize those interactions. This is going to help us to understand the journey, the emotional journey. Yesterday, we talked about this. If you think that you buy because of a cognitive reason, you know, that's not true. We buy because of emotions. So we will understand what was this emotional journey that we've had. So the idea is to improve, and not just improve, because sometimes improving is not enough. We need to scrap it and start from scratch. Sometimes we have to innovate the experience of our clients. That's very important. Improvement is good up to a point, but then we need to go to the next level, and we can't do it. Okay. Quick example. First, excuse me, once again, we shall define the route. First of all, when you go to a restaurant, you know, you enter, you ask for for a waiter, you know, you check the menu, you select the dish, you know, you ask for a dessert, and then you pay, right? So that's pretty much the route, the normal route, you know, in a service, a restaurant service. So what's next? We're good at this, to define and map the processes. So what's next, right? Each one of these of these stages could have experiences that are positive or negative. That's the truth. With business intelligence, we will analyze which one of those is when the client says, I went in the place, oh my God, it's wonderful, it's such a great restaurant. It makes you want to stay there for hours. The music, the cleanliness. The people, it's just marvelous. But you know what? There's elements where, well, choose the table. I've got table 42 for you. Where's 42? Yeah, well, over there next to the bathrooms. But I would like to be more closer here. But I said, no, I'm sorry. That's a negative point. I would like to choose the table, not 42 next to the bathrooms. We're talking with the Camille from Bianca. You know, where's my executive seat? No, there aren't anymore. But I paid for $500. Foreigner said, for this seat? Bad. And then what? Then what's next? Taking into consideration class and delta. Thank you. I know what to be focused on. The resource is limited. I know what I need to strengthen those two elements. Thanks so much 4.0. That saves me a lot of situations. So what's next now? Let's check the front, because if it's true that these elements are there, well, what are the lines of interactions that are visible that the client can perceive? Which ones are there? Waiters, menu, removing plates from the table, bringing the bill. Yeah, those are the points of interaction. Those are the lines. So what are the processes that are invisible for the clients, but are very important? Well, obviously, cleaning, being orderly, to preparing menus. Of course, the client don't see that, but they need to check if the menus are coherent and updated. Somebody to review the food, how it's cooked, of course. So which ones are the most important ones? Which ones are they? Everyone, right? All of them, right? But thinking about the client, I'm thinking, well, these are the elements. But for this to be evident, I need to take care of the ones that are behind, that are invisible. What do I do now then? Take advantage of the evolution 4.0. That's easy. Can you please fill in this questionnaire? Observing the great advantage of the evolution 4.0 is that for each one of them there's this wonderful offer to be able to incorporate these tools through the radio. It's incredible. Sometimes you go to a commercial shopping center and they call you by your name. Fidel, thank you for for buying in Claro. How was your experience? Wow, how did they know that? Yeah, how was your ACES Viva book? Did you like it? Does it work well? Wow, how did they know all this? This is culture focus on clients. And finally, as everything else in life, there's risks and there's opportunities, right? There's elements that are facilitate things, some inhibiting elements, and some differentiating elements. How to take advantage of the facilitating ones. Oh, how good that we have Wi-Fi. Would that be, broadband would be a facilitator? I've got some students in Amazonas, in Putumayo, departments in the jungle. Is this an inhibitor or a facilitator? Drones. If I have them, it's a facilitator. If I don't, that could be an opportunity. Inhibitors. Resistance to change. I've understood this. Yeah, I get it, but I don't want to. I've been doing the same thing for 20 years. Talk to anybody. Digital security. Digital security. University of Bosque. They took away their databases. It was like a sci-fi film. relax, I've got the data, but if you don't do this, we won't give you your data back. That was like basically kidnapping, but data. So when it came to matriculate people, oh my God, how nervous were they? Can you imagine having your data stolen in those times? Please. And I get back to the original point. The third the third element, which differentiators, we need to be differentiated in processes. Points of contact. What's the point of contact today? What's what's the best one? Physical or through WhatsApp or through Instagram? Or what's the best way? What's the best point of contact? What's the best line? The answer is all of them. Omni. I want to choose whether it's Facebook or WhatsApp. But do I need to get there inside? No. That's the that's the intention. Innovation, knowledge. My dear colleagues, I know you like to study and see other experiences. This is one of the tools that we've got on our blog, and through there you can find pretty much like 100, I think 100 articles with different methodologies, tools of bias intelligence that could be help for your organization. Thank you very much. Bless all of you. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Excellent. But we have questions still, so you can't go yet. Okay, so just like the people who are connected online. Okay, so we've chosen some answers. The first question, excuse me, is our remote friends. Okay, you're talking about rebooting, but what happens with the constructed already? How do we cherish what we already have? So the change isn't destructive. Very good question. Good question. Definitely, that's a strategic analysis. I can't just throw everything out of the window. There's some things that I have constructed over the years, a goodwill, good relationships. So what's the direct answer to this? We need to get to keep the irreplaceable. So what's irreplaceable for an organization? Machines, are they replaceable? No, they're not. Physical infrastructure? Nah, maybe not. Collaborators? Well, yeah, well, that's number one, life. The priority number one is life, and life is collaborators, life is my clients, my providers. So yeah, I can replace everything, but I need to take care of his life and his people. Okay, thank you. Second question. We're thinking about changing the infrastructures. Where should we migrate to, and what should be the focus? Where to migrate? To realize that the world is not Colombia. The world is not Latin America. The world, to this point, is the Earth. Okay, we don't know if tomorrow will be Mars or something else, but the world is the world, and the mental barriers, okay, barriers, before it was, oh, we have barriers, and then how do we communicate? And well, I've got a client, which is a company, it's an importer, and I'm telling them, oh, that's great, no? You just bring something from Holland, you say Africa, so you travel all the time, right? He said, Fidel, I have never been in any of those countries to negotiate. I've been there for leisure, but what about Holland? Technology, Mike. Technology, yeah. I, so I cannot believe that over 30 countries, because you're importing, right? You have never been to negotiate, to know a business there. No, he never has. Wow. So basically, the limits are the world. These are the limits of today. It's not easy. We're afraid. Oh, what about invoice? What if I send it and then what do I do about taxes and the bank? Okay, there's these fears, obviously, and they're very valid, but we've got to get rid of them. And trust, yes, trust. Third and last question: the function of business intelligence should be led by the organization by quality, merchandise, innovation. What's the answer? We we, 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 we lost the conference. What? Which clients? We said this. Yes, the process is led by the client. It's not easy. It's not simple. It's not technology. There's nothing. None of that. Yeah. If high executives don't direct this, then it's gonna be a lost budget. Okay. Excuse me for being this direct, but if it doesn't come from the cooperative strategy, if it doesn't come from the analysis of the market, this is going to be a non-necessary expense. So what does it come from? From clients, of course. And who directs it? High executives. No options there. Okay. Yeah, I know. TICs, ITCs. Yeah. Those guys, or quality, or merchants. No. The big chief. All right. What? Luma Blanca. Is that it? Okay. I wish we had some more. Okay, we would like you to have this memorabilia for your participation, and of course, to, for it to accompany you. All right, wherever you go. Yeah. We'll give you a little present. And one last message. What I want for you is that all this, my message and the rest of the colleagues here in the forum should be light for you. We cannot give you secret recipes, but we can give you light so you can see and understand and comprehend, and you can take advantage of this great window that's open now. An applause for all of you. Thank you. Small present for you, Fidel. Okay, we'll take a half-hour break, and once you're there, of course, you can visit the stand of Icontec.
Good morning again. Good morning. Welcome again. Thank you for being with us this morning. We hope that you enjoy the coffee break and that you are able to visit the trade show. And for all of you that are connecting virtually, we hope that you also enjoy this half an hour of break. So we are going to get started with a conference on the success case of Celsia that offers innovative solutions for companies. We're going to have with us Claudia Salazar Peláez, who is the Vice President of Human Management. She has worked as a national coordinator for social welfare on labor welfare and human training as well. So welcome, Claudia. Thank you. Can you hear me fine? Yes? Well, good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with you today and to tell you some of the experience that we had lived in the last 6 years at Celsia. Is an interesting experience of cultural transformation. What can I tell you about me aside from what they have told you? I have I have been working for over 20 years on human resources. I'm married with my longtime boyfriend. We have been about 25 years together. We don't have children by choice. We have 3 little dogs. We really love pets. And we belong to all the animal adoption clubs. Because of the pets, or related to that, there is also the love that I feel for all the people or building relationships with them, and that's what I'm going to tell you about Celsia. I want to tell you how the story started in Celsia before we get started with the presentation. At Celsia, 6 years ago, in 2016, we stopped and we said, well, how are we doing at the energy market in Colombia and what's our strategy? In other words, what are we doing in regards to all the new players that are coming in? And we realized that we were a company that was still very traditional and that the energy sector was suffering a very important disruption with all the transformation of renewable energies. And that little by little, there were new competitors coming into the sector with value proposals that were very different, and the customers were also changing. So we said, okay, the way that we're standing right now, we won't be able to face the disruptions that the energy market is facing. So in 3 months, we reviewed our whole strategy. And when we reviewed our strategy, we realized, okay, here there is something missing. And that's the culture that the organization needs to be able to achieve this strategy. So then we said, okay, we have the strategy. We believe that we're going to win within. So let's see if the culture that we have right now in the organization is the one that we need. And before coming up with the strategy, we reviewed through a diagnosis model what was the culture that we had at the time at the organization, what was the culture that we needed, that we felt, that the directors felt that we needed, and what is the culture that actually the people, Celsius collaborators, felt that we needed for the organization. So through this diagnosis and these three different looks, we had sessions in which the whole organization participated, and we defined what was the strategy that we wanted to win in the market. And that's what I'm going to tell you about today. So, so we're going to tell you who we are. For those that know us, Celsius is part of a family of companies that belongs to the Grupo Argos. We are basically three big companies that are part of this holding, which is Argos, which is known because of the cement, Celsia, and Odinsa, that has to do with road and airport infrastructure. We are a public company. We want to emphasize that. And because of this segment here, we have 600, 900 shareholders, but we have a very important shareholder, which are the investment funds that represent over 16 million affiliates. So actually, it's a company that belongs to all of us because we are represented through those pension funds. And that's why we consider things in Celsius, that we have this responsibility toward the shareholders to generate value, not just for the shareholders, but for the whole state. Because this is a company that provides essential services and has a very great commitment to the whole of society. We are a passionate company. What makes us different from traditional companies that we know about public services? That we are very much focused on renewable energy. We are passionate about energy efficiency, and we are present in 4 countries. What is our aim? To be able to assess our customers with an innovative portfolio so that they can focus on energy efficiency. Through the strategic review that we had 6 years ago, what did we discover? That customers have changed. Not just companies have changed, but consumers have changed. Please remember, if maybe 10 years ago somebody was checking their energy consumption, no, you would just get the bill and you would pay. And now we review it not just because it's more expensive, but also because we want to understand what we are using. And if they tell us about generating our own solar energy, we might get interested. If they tell us about reducing the consumption, we are interested. So actually, this is the change that we're seeing in consumers. And consumers, aside from having a static position, well, deliver their services and I'll pay, they also want to get involved in how to make this consumption more efficient, how to take care of the planet, because there is also the concern for the environment, and then also how to be consumers, how I can generate my own energy through these renewable energies that are coming into the country. And maybe in the future, I might be able to disconnect from the matrix, from the grid, and be independent in my consumption. So Celsia has focused their service portfolio not just on generating and distributing energy, but also in offering all customers, because this is the big change in our culture, is no longer users or consumers, but is customers, and we want to turn these customers into fans. I'm getting ahead of myself. But we want them to be responsible. You might say, well, what kind of business is that? Well, Celsius wants to be efficient in energy use, so there will be less use and less income. Not necessarily, because we can be strategic partners to consume other products aside from energy use. So our focus is to assess in an innovative way all our customers with a portfolio focused on energy efficiency for your home, for the company, and even for urban projects. We have many customers that are builders. They want to do urban development with clean energies and efficient. And this is something additional that we propose in urban development, energy efficiency. So very quickly, our national and international presence. We have presence in 4 countries: Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, and Honduras, with different energies. Celsius doesn't just generate, it also transmits and distributes energy. We are very much concentrated in Valle del Cauca, in Tolima. Valle del Cauca and Tolima, we are the energy distributors. And now we are enlarging our uh, frontiers to the Caribbean region with wind farms. We have different projects in La Guajira and other places in the Caribbean coast, and also in Honduras with solar generation, and Costa Rica with wind generation. I think I already told you about this. Today, customers are changing. Here we have the customer in the center, we have the market and the technology. I know that this Congress also have to do a lot with digital transformation, and I want to tell you that the digital transformation is the core of all the businesses. All the businesses that we're doing today go through digital transformation, focus on delivering better service to customers. But I would like to stop here for a second, and I would like you to ask yourself, what's your competitors? Our competitors are not the big names that we know in Colombia or outside Colombia. They're big ones like Tesla or Nest or Movistar. And I'm going to tell you why Movistar is there. We're going to have to add Ecopetrol with the new gist in the market. But these new competitors are coming into the energy market, but with renewable energies, not necessarily with building big hydroelectric plants like the traditional generators, but also with renewable energies. Why is Movistar there? Because Celsia is also in the internet sector. Now I'm going to tell you why we got into internet. So we have a very clear idea of the importance and the weight of culture. And what do we say? That culture is strategy at breakfast time from the start. And when we were doing the strategic review in the second semester of 2016, we said, come on, we are missing something. The most important element, and that's the people, whether people are going to accept this change that we're proposing, because it was a total disruption in the energy market and in what the company had done for over 50 years. Because even though you might think that Celsia is a young company, behind Celsia, which is a very robust company, there is another company, EPSA, the energy company for the Pacific. I don't know if there are people here from Cali or from Valle del Cauca. You know EPSA very well. And people in Cali say La EPSA, as if it was a woman. So EPSA is the owner of Celsia. We have already gone through a transition, and now it's called Celsia Colombia. So we are really a very traditional company, very much represented in the market, in some sectors more than in others within Colombia. And we were surrounded with people that have been for over 20, 25 years in the energy market, always doing things in the same way. even with coming from the public sector, because Laepsa had been a CVC company and it was a public company. So you see how transformation can come to every sector and to any person. They're not just restricted to modern and young companies. We have a company that had a lot of history behind, not just as a private company, but as a public company as well. Why do we say that culture is strategy for breakfast? We're going to develop this concept. Strategy plays a relevant part in the strategies of the company because culture is just how people behave within the organization. And in the PowerPoint, you might point many beautiful sentences, you can say many beautiful things, but if the people behind there are fighting against that, nothing is going to change. So the first thing that we started doing was to identify what were the cultural practices that we had within the organization that were not aligned with the organization that we had diagnosed with all the collaborators, the organization that we wanted and needed to be. So we started identifying those practices and we discovered what we have said some corporate diseases. What are those corporate diseases that didn't let us change the culture or compete in the market? I'm going to show them to you, and maybe you can identify with some of these diseases. So I'm going to tell you about all the corporate diseases. The first one was sclerosis, acute sclerosis. The company behaved as if it was 10 companies. We had different silos. The one for generation, the one for transmission and generation, for human talent. And those were like little kingdoms where you had the king, the prince, the princess, the viceroy, and nobody could come in. So teamwork was very superficial. There was a serious problem with communication, and especially with innovation and creation within the organization, because every silo was just doing what they knew what to do and what they had done all the time. And we had something very important there. We had users, not customers. And that is not just a matter of language. What happens? You call to any energy company. I'm not going to talk about the competition here. And the first thing that they ask you is your registry number or the contract number or your ID. And you say, oh, let me look for it. But they continue asking for those things for the services. But at Celsia, we want to be called like Claudia, to call them by their name. So where we said, no, we are not going to call them for their address or their phone number. We just ask you, give me your name and your surname. And this way we're going to identify you and treat you. So we treat customers as people, not as a number. Acute doctoritis. We didn't just have doctoritis, but also engineeritis. People that work in engineering companies, people feel very proud when they call them engineers, so and so. But aside from being an engineer or a doctor or a teacher, we are a person. So that's why I was presented as a vice president, because I know that culturally that continues to be important. But if I give you my business card, it just says talent leader. At Celsia, we don't have titles. We are all leaders. All the ones that have people under them are leaders. And if you don't have anybody under you, then you are members of the team. And that's what all the business cards say, even the ones for the chairman of the company. Ricardo says that he's the leader, the culture of the organization. So pretty much he takes away my job. But he says that he co-leads with me. Ricardo is the chairman of the company. Everything has to do with the people. So we broke that doctoritis because pretty much we didn't know the name. It was just doctor, engineer, so and so. So right now, nobody's called doctor, nobody's called engineer, everybody's just called by their name. That was very hard. You can't imagine. the first people say, comment, but when I need to ask for an appointment at the ministry, well, you know that we are a very regulated company, so we are all the time the relationship with the government and with the different professional associations in the energy sector. Well, we do that pretty much every day. So when we had to ask for an appointment, you have to say, well, is the regulation manager that is calling or the energy manager, otherwise we don't get the appointment. Because people didn't want their car, their business car, to be changed. They didn't want the title to be changed. So they say, well, within the company, do whatever you say, but don't take the name from the car, the title from the car, because I need it. And you say, no, nothing doing. We are going to say leader for this process or leader for the other process. Or if I belong to that process, just the name of the process without a title. And you will tell me, well, how do you administer that? How do I know that in the organizational hierarchy? Well, the only ones that need to know about that are the ones that work on human talent. Within the organization, that's the first paradigm shift that you need to break. You can talk to anybody, it doesn't matter their title. So it doesn't matter whether you are talking with with the manager or the coordinator or the vice president. So that was the first paradigm that we had to break. And if there is somebody here from human talent, you know that we have some models of structure, Hayes. We work with that structure model where you just work with different degrees, and we have everyone mapped according to the responsibility. We see their degree, and then we assign the salary and the benefits according to that. So as I was telling you, you don't need to know to communicate at what level he's in the structure. So that was hard. I'm telling you about this very quickly because I imagine that we don't have much time. But that was, well, there were people that they say, well, if it's this way, I can work and wait because we are not done.
So these doctor writers took us to a problem. That's the disease, and underneath. So yes, above we have the disease, and underneath we have the symptoms. So what is time to market? Okay, so it's the time to deliver the products. So we had projects that would take, 3-4 years. So where's so and so? Well, I don't know. He's on this project for 3-4 years and hasn't finished. We said no, 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 no. A project, it has to have some sort of defined time limits. Otherwise, we're just wasting time. So the market will not allow us to do this for like 5 years, because when it's already done, then we have another 4 projects out. So that was the disease we had. Then we had grave hierarchitis, which time to market was affected also by it, because there were so many hierarchy structures. Everything had to go through, let's say if the analyst did it, then it had to go to the coordinator, boss one, boss two, etc. So until at some point it got to the president. So by the time it got there, 3 years of worth of a project, now the hierarchies, then it was no good. By the end it went to the president. So that would block a lot of the innovation. So part of the culture is innovation too. So why is innovation so important? And I don't mean areas of innovation. I'm talking about cooperative innovation, because another mistake we make as companies, we think that innovation is in charge, is down to a team. But innovation is in every team and every process, and our responsibility as leaders or members of a group is to permanently innovate what we do. Every day we need to ask ourselves, this thing I've been doing the same way, is there a better way to do this? Could I do it differently? It's a responsibility we all have because due to the speed that our times require. So the last disease is severe formatitis. I feel ashamed to say this in an Icontec forum, but yeah, you know the joke. Well, we had to fight to get rid of this problem, and later on I'll tell you how. So this is a question of digitalization. In 2016, we were like 1,600 employees in Colombia. So we have thousands of formers. So it's almost like a former per employee. So so it's not an Icontec problem, but we thought we were being stupid about it. So because regulations are too strict, that we had to do on paper supposedly, until it became yellow, because so we couldn't limit anymore. So, but we did do it. We did it hanging out with you guys. So the symptom was digitalization that is inexistent. We weren't a digital company anymore because everything we had to do in paper. So that was the diagnosis. So what was the methodology we applied? Okay, I'll go back a little bit. When I was telling you we were checking out the culture and looking at strategies, we thought, well, as far as strategy, you have like a mission, a vision, and some values. We said, no. We're in those little things on the wall, these little certificates on the wall. We have a mission, principles, visions. In sales, we don't have that. What we have is some culture pillars, which we name our way of doing things. Okay, so then when we did this diagnosis, I was telling you about, we selected randomly of different groups. So we did some focus groups and we capitalized questionnaires, and we took them to about 50 people debating according to what the collaborators was telling us, what was the culture we did need. So in that group, we had those 4 great pillars. Which ones are they? If you want to simulate them, it's like our values, and they're not on a painting on the wall or anything. If you ask any collaborator of Celsia, they know them by heart. Why do they know them by heart? It's not because we studied them over and over again and then we did an exam. No, it's because for 6 years now, and I'll show you later, we were talking about culture and how these 4 pillars should be reflected on every act of as a company. We're agile and trustworthy. We give good, quick answers, but good ones. We cannot die thinking and analyzing. Perfect is the enemy of good. So you see, every time you get a text, all the time, update this, update that. So that doesn't mean the first one was good. It's just that there's a better one, and that's how we are. We're quick and agile, and we have a minimum product that's trustworthy. And if along the way there's an improvement, it's not like we were wrong before. It's just that there's an improvement, and so we're not going to wait until we have another 45 improvements. Okay, so we dare to be different. How do I practice this pillar? All collaborators ASL, they need to practice those pillars. I myself, Claudia, if I need to take a decision, the first thing that comes to my head is, I know it's what I've had something from a previous experience that worked for me, and it was there in my head. But I'm going to try and find a different way of doing things, and this is what we invite people to do, to think differently as far as how things can be done, and not necessarily the way we've always done. Okay, we need to grow together. This means, putting the jersey on and, always think that our clients are in the center of focus, and how could I give my best, do my best for this client, and we enjoy making our lives easier. You see many times in these presentations you hear, except those, because this is an ad, but everything pretty much is in that you see this presentation are collaborators. So, and we need to open minds, to be open to innovation. I was telling Ricardo, when we started opening those offices that you're going to see, without cubicles or anything, because cubicles make us feel like we're in a box, whereas an open office, you're going, and say, "Oh, I made a mistake," and the other guy next door will listen. But this generates collaboration and teamwork. And Celsia, one of the things we did, and you see later on, which is another scandal. I don't know what's worse, is to get rid of the card or the position, all the doors in the director's office. I'm ashamed to say, but I'm the only one who has an actual office. But human talent, requires a bit of privacy. But normally I work outside because I don't want to feel alone. I feel outside, everybody's laughing and whatever, so I want to feel part of that. Because, we have floating posts as well, so I use them. So I leave my office for meetings. A lot of one of the arguments that people were telling us, well, so if I receive a client or something or provider, where will I attend them? Don't you worry. There's many little collaborative rooms of different sizes for 2 people, for 4, for 6, for 10 people. So if I need a private conversation or a private telephone call for 1 person or 2, 10, I can have that without a problem. So getting rid of the doors and the privacy and the status that a closed office gives, it was very hard because, normally, because one knows who the boss is because they've got the bigger office and the doors and stuff. So that was pretty hard. One other disease also is when we had bursitis. We said, no, we're not going to call him engineer or boss, we're going to call him boss then. So no, we don't have bosses here, we have leaders. And that's what our card says, and that's how we present ourselves. Between boss and leaders, there's a big difference, right? So we want to be in sales here leaders, not bosses. So this is our method of doing things. It's very simple. Underneath each one of those phrases, which are pillars for culture, there's a series of attitudes. Because people said, so what does this mean? So we said, yeah, you're right. Let's explain it because it's not obviously clear and that doesn't mean the same to everybody. So we did an activity, and so what we did was, and in each phrase we put like at least 20 behaviors. Just behaviors, right? So for example, let's give our best to grow together. Always smile and say hi to everybody. That's behaviors. We dare to be different. To look for a solution to problem, I look for 3 solutions, not 1. So just ideas to how to behave, as far as how to behave. So that's why people in sales here, they know this by heart, because the idea is that every time we make a decision, we go through this. It's like a little checkup, So I simply look at this and I'm thinking, okay, this makes us agile and trustworthy. It's different to others. It makes people's lives easy. Giving our best. Just seeing it through these 4 pillars. All right. So, what else do we? I haven't told you, about sophisticated things or anything. So it's very, very simple. It's essential. What did we do? What symbols did we acquire? Because we couldn't just have that on a PowerPoint and divulgation. So what are the symbols that open our mind to change? I'll show you one in one of our offices. Here, security was killed. To go in St. Cali, if you've ever been, 6 years ago, it was like getting in a security bunker or something, because security companies, they have protocols because they're considered, they have restricted areas, etc. So what we did, we wanted areas where we didn't need a card or anything to pass. Okay, so how do we make our colleagues' life is in Cali? There's like a major vehicle entry. So say I'm married to an architect, but I'm very bad measuring. So I think it's like 600 under the hot sun where one left the vehicle and was registered, and then even if you knew the guy at the door for 20 years, and then you had to walk but under that blazing sun for 600 meters to get to this another guard with a weapon and everything. Sometimes very intimidating. So going through this door again, and it's a four-story building, and then apart from that, each time I was going to go to a room, so you had to put your card through every time to change buildings. So EPSA is in Jumbo. It's near the airport in Cali. So if you basically left your card, you have to go back. There's nothing you can do about it. Go back, and so before we had a home office, it wasn't so easy to get back to the office and look for your card and stuff. So what we did was we got rid of all that, even the gun and the dog of the guard, and we just used the dog for sniffing at the parking lot. So trust is a value that's very, very important in this organization. So Claudia, people said, because they were checking your little bag and everything, So people need to get their laptop back home. What do we do? Well, trust. Let's try this out. Let's experiment, see what happens. And yes, of course, let's know what implementation. Let's put some cameras though. So obviously you can go out. If we lost a computer, so then we know who got in and out, maybe to trace things. But we're not going to be checking your bags. We're going to be asking you to go, swipe your card and identify yourself. Obviously, in generational plans, of course, there's controls for access, because that's different. But I'm talking about the administrative part, which that doesn't have such controls and requirements to be able to go through. So we eliminated all this, and we're open doors now. And our card had a massive logo on. It said EPSA, your position, and with little letters it said Claudia. Now Claudia is massive. Little letters for last name, and underneath my job, my position. So we changed that a bit. So created open spaces that are modern, collaborative. We said, okay, so those chairs are uncomfortable. We need to change them. Let's change them. But we didn't have money to change 2,000 seats pretty much at the same time. So who did we change the seats first for? Oh, somebody said here, the bosses. No. We analyzed who were the people who stayed sitting down for the most. And it wasn't all collaborators, secretaries, auxiliaries, accountants. Well, bosses are the ones who at least pass time sitting down. So, because at the end of the day, they just go to different meetings and whatnot. So, yes, Ricardo, the president, is maybe once a week at his office in Medellin, if that. So he's mainly in Barranquilla, in Cali, Ibagué, just visiting people. So why would you need a new seat if he barely uses it? And if it's in Medellin, he goes elsewhere anyway. So we did an analysis, and so what people needed the seats the most, because they were sitting. So that mega seat was for them first, and including myself, the last people who were to get the seat were the people who were spending less time sitting down. We eliminated the doors at the office. There was so much drywall and little walls, so we just took it down. We didn't tell anybody. It was a surprise. So when everybody came, everybody found the things there, well organized, but with no doors, no windows, nothing. Everybody was jumping up and down in joy. You know, I'm so and so, and I'm security. I'm so and so, and so there's a little booth if you want to have a private conversation because it's delicate, no problem. But so that was a bit mandatory, really, because all human beings we have different paradigms, you know, and as we do not break them and we don't go ahead, we're always going to find an excuse not to do. You know, that's a condition for human beings. So that's why I'm saying cultures is just simply a question of trust and will. And sometimes to a leap forward to happen, you need the will to do it. At the end of the day, so we have comfort zones, and if we change, then we take risks, and you know, human nature is like is against that, and that's just that simple. It's not we're bad people, and obviously we eliminated the executive floor, so we had like beautiful, posh room where the president and the managers were with nice laminate floors, but now it's just share meeting rooms. So now the president and everybody else who was there, they went to the different floors where their teams were, in a little post next to their teams. So like I was saying, because of collaboration, because I know that so and so has a problem, they didn't come, or they had a family member sick or something or whatever. So we're working in a collaborative manner, okay? So because those offices were so massive, so we had a lot of space saved. So we designed new uniforms. So we had some uniforms that were, it's not like they're more expensive or anything, but it's the same budget. We designed a uniform that's a bit more modern, that reflects a bit more that dynamic and fresh culture that we wanted to. We even messed it up. You know, the first time, well, we've had 5 changes. The first time we messed it up because the cloth was so hot. But except for 3 spots, basically we had pretty much, a colder weather, but the rest is just hot. Anyone from Tolima here?
From Huila, yes, okay, that's pretty close, but it's pretty hot. The Atlantic coast, La Guajira, we are in very hot places, and people were fainting because of the heat. So we tried to see how we could get out of that mess, and we designed a modern uniform, but that would be cool and adapted to the place where we were. We did the same thing with the collaborators because finally we decided the uniforms with them. Not well, we made a mistake with the kind of cloth, but the design had been decided with them. We we had a machine where coffee was cheap, but the cappuccino you had to pay for. And we said, and milk as well. And we said, what if we don't charge them for that? No, Claudia, people are going to bring, they're going to take meal to their home, and we are always distrusting people so much. And I told our team, and our team said, well, you have to be very careful because in this place or in the other place, because we are not an executive company. We are a public service company. We have a lot of employees. And they started saying, no, they're going to bring thermos and they're going to have cappuccinos all day long. And say, okay, let's do one thing. Let's do a pilot for 3 months or for 1 month. Because in 1 month, it's something new. And say, well, for the first month, yes, maybe things can get out of hand. And I can tell you by experience, because the cappuccino from the machine is delicious, even even though they were charging. I think I got 3 kilos. My weight increased in 3 kilos because of all the cappuccinos that I was having. because that coffee with milk is very good, and it's just milk powder and it has the sugar. Even if you take out the sugar, it's already sweet. So we say let's have a pilot program and let's see if we're going to go broke by giving out the cappuccino. So I was telling you the first month because it was something new. Yes, it went up a little bit and then it stopped. And we have been doing this for 3 or 4 years. Nobody takes milk home. Nobody does that. Because when we issued all this, and I didn't mention it, but it's very important, but all these changes go together with communication. Communication is not in the talent team, but is as if it was, because I work with them all the time. Communication is fundamental. It's very important in transformation and change processes. And every time we had a change like that, we would explain why and what for. And we would say, we give them, we would show trust in them and say, we're going to test this. If it doesn't work, then we need to go back to the other thing. And so we would start with trust. And and yesterday we decided to have a conscious return, and we said, okay, for a year and a half we have all been working at home, and we're going to have some freedom. You can work some days at the office and some other days wherever you want, and it's within your hands, because at the end it's a benefit for them. New communication schemes. I'm going to show you later on that it's very important how we communicate. How we communicate makes a difference because, well, not going to tell you the characteristics, but after you see some videos, you can tell me. And then complete reinduction. Yes, we were changing all the rules within the company. So we say, okay, let's do a whole retraining for the whole company. Let's tell them the whole strategy. Let's tell them the culture that came from the diagnosis that we all started to build and what are the new rules of the game. And then the format digitalization. And I'm going to tell you some other figures. And we're already at 96%. Remember, it was about 1,700. Well, okay, I'm going to tell you how we're doing now, and we're at 96%. You're going to see a video now. I'm Jose. You know where I work? At a place where it doesn't matter what kind of shoes you're wearing, but just how you go through your journey, where you can reinvent yourself every day and be in harmony with all our facets, because we can think differently and do things differently. We have spaces where we can get out of routine and share the same passion. Because we find more value in a conversation than in a meeting. And that's how we build quality results, being agile and reliable. We are committed to generate an impactful economy, a vibrant economy. We want to go for technology that makes our life easier as a sustainable alternative to reduce our carbon footprint. This company has seen me grow, and I have seen it grow. We have the best people making up the best team. We are a big family and we share good energy, always giving our best to grow together. We go places and we deliver trust, innovation, and commitment. Yes, I work at Celsia, and it's a great place to work. We are the new era of energy. Like Jose says, he works at Celsia. The video, we didn't prepare it for this event. Well, when was the last World Cup? In 2000, I know nothing about soccer. 2018. So for the World Cup in 2018, we had a contest where collaborators could prepare a video of why working at Celsia was great. So we had this contest, and the prize was to go to Russia with your partner. So so that it was a super prize. But Jose is a YouTuber. It was Jose and somebody else, but that was the best video he's done with a lot of technology. They are all very beautiful. Uh, all everyone saying that working at Celsia is tremendous. So we sent three collaborators to Russia as part of this program. We talked about how we changed the way we work. We adopted a working methodology which is called working cells. Those cells is just a multidisciplinary team, to call it some way. Maybe we are in a meeting and we say, well, generation or financing hasn't been able to solve this problem. Well, let's build a working cell. And that cell has some characteristics. First of all, you need to have people from different areas and even from different levels. In those cells, we have in secretaries, we have people that have an operative or auxiliary work, but they have their university degree, they have been for many years at the company, and they have a lot of knowledge that they can contribute. Many times we don't take advantage of that because they are not able to exploit those characteristics. But we do a selection within the company, and a cell is developed in 12 months, in 12 weeks, 3 months. During those 3 months, they need to have a minimum proposal to solve this problem. They present that to the directors, and then if it works, then we design the team for that initiative. And with us, one of these cells was the origin of the internet business. So our premises is to always think about the customer, collaborative work, innovation, agility. 12 weeks, 3 months. Permanent learning, break paradigms and flexibility. There is a rule that came later, which is that judgment comes later. It's forbidden to say, no, this doesn't work. No, and I imagine that you have heard about those methodologies about creative thinking. No, we didn't start that just on our own. We studied in human talent. We prepare ourselves with these agile methodologies, and we train several people in the company in these agile methodologies. And we put them in charge of the different working cells. So a cell, it has a sprint roadmap. In other words, they define a problem and they have to develop that. The cells dissolve when there is no more other challenges to approach, and members can move to a different cell. I can be in one cell and then move to another one because my job here ended. And it's very important we don't build cells just for the sake of creating a cell. It's only when there is a working challenge or an organization challenge. It's not a challenge for a particular team. It has to do with the whole organization so that we can have this collective and multidisciplinary intelligence. As I was telling you, judgment comes later. That's a basic rule of sales. Many good ideas are killed because someone, usually at a high level, says, no, this doesn't work because it hasn't worked in the past, etc. So what's the methodology? Basically, we have a divergence phase, which is a divergence phase where we build and we paste all the ideas, and then we have a convergence of all these initiatives, we assess them, and we close. And then this product is taken to the directors of the company where it is assessed, and the steps to take are defined. Imagine, here it doesn't say the year, but that was before the pandemic in 2018. So we have change in the culture for these 2 years, and the people of human talent, we felt burned up. Well, what can we do to maintain this culture? And then we say, well, we have the answer at home. Let's have a working cell where the representation of collaborators of the company is so that they can tell us what else we can do to keep culture alive and what needs to be improved in the Celsius culture to achieve our goals. So we also had a working cell to be able to listen to people in other areas from every level to see how we could improve in our culture. We already told you about symbols and rituals because at the end of the day, you build culture through examples. So in this example, leadership has a very important role, and that's who do you see as your model? At home, it's your parents or your older brothers, but at work, well, it's the leader. And many times the leader says, "No, you got here late. You need to come earlier," and maybe he gets there late. So all this work on culture, we have done it in parallel with leadership training because leaders are the ambassadors of culture and transformation. And you very quickly notice, because maybe you're already thinking about that, and what happens with the leader that doesn't want to join this culture because some people are never going to change. Well, they need to be the culture, all ambassadors, transformation ambassadors. And when a leader it doesn't match this culture, you already start noticing it. And that's where companies need to talk with that person, have some coaching process, or do all the work for that person to change, or reach an agreement so they realize, well, I don't fit in this culture. But leadership is very important, and we have been very emphatic on that these past 6 years. They need to build those trust relationships. For this model to work, one of the important things is trust. I'm going to go a little bit faster because I only have 7 minutes left. The leader has to be digital and innovative. We cannot talk about digital transformation if he wants all paper reports. He has to promote emotional and physical safety during this time of pandemic. And I can tell you another day how we have nurtured culture during these difficult pandemic times, because this is a culture that is very much based on in-person contact. It was a challenge for us to be able to be present during this virtual time. And then it needs to have a strategic vision, focus on results and customer service. So here you can see the leadership team, and that's how we come out in our report. It's not a typical photo, the conventional photo, sitting on a sofa with your suit and your tie. And so we say, okay, if we never have a tie at the office, why do we need to have that in the shareholders report? This is the board of Celsia. And this is how we show ourselves in structures. For instance, I'm the human talent leader. This includes innovation, administrative services, a whole list. I do a little bit of everything. So we have different roles. We have leaders and we have people. And this is our organizational chart. And here we can see the technology leader, and he has some other little circles, and it's the other people that work with him in digital transformation and technology. So this is my team. This is Maria Teresa. He does administrative management, and then is Beatriz, which is the organizational development transformation. And she leads all the cultural processes. These were our offices before. Remember the cubicle, you see the distancing. And if the person was sad or boring, you didn't know because you would only see her back. Because everybody was giving their back to everyone. We couldn't see each other. That's the way we were before. That was our control center before. If that's the way we are now, that's our new control center. These are the cabins for teamwork. Some of them are closed. These are our offices today. This is a co-creation office. You can turn these tables into a single big table, or if they need to work separately, you can separate them. That's a co-creation office where everyone's sitting on different steps like this. These are the new workstations in collaborative desk. So now we're going to talk about the communication scheme. The way that we communicate is different. We need to be consistent and communicate in a funner way, in a warmer way that reaches everyone. And I'm going to show you a little video of how Ricardo, our leader, our general leader, gave us his Christmas greeting. Hello, I'm Alexis, your president. Welcome to this Christmas space where we're going to talk about important news of Celsia. For instance, we're going to have free Christmas dinners for everyone and millions and millions of gifts for you and your families. And then also 35 days of, no, 45 days of holidays because I'm the best president. The first yes, I'm very professional. 1, 2, oh, testing the mic. Oh, hello, Richard. Oh, hello, Richard. Oh, how are you doing? I was just organizing your setup so you can record your Christmas video. Thank you so much, Alexi. But I see that you really had the Christmas look. You were ready for this video. Yes, yes. Oh, because this thing of Christmas, I really enjoy. Well, I think we all like it. Well, shall we get started? I would like to record a very nice Christmas video. Okay, Alexis. So we're going to get started with our Christmas video. He- Hello, everyone. Oh, I would like to interrupt you, Ricardo, before you get started. Did you take your temperature? Yes, yes, every day. Today, 36.5. Okay, let's get started. Oh, excuse me, I'm going to have to cut this because I only have 2 minutes left and I still have different slides. So Alexis is not a nobody. He's the main character of a web series that we have when we started this culture shift. So we wanted to have videos with real characters from the company regarding cases that happen in the office and that worked against our culture. For instance, when somebody would come and say, no, I take care of this, I work by myself, and no, that's not teamwork. So we have had already 3 seasons in the web series, and I can share this with you, where we show cases of what happened on a daily basis and what we should do in the social culture and what we shouldn't do.
So he interrupts Ricardo 3 times, and they finally pass the message. So Alexis is a very well-known character in Celsia because he's one of the actors of our series. See this, for example, how we communicate. Get plugged in. Plugged in is the web series. It's got a lot to do with. We have Orange Day, which is a day every month where we do a fun activity. For example, an Orange Day that was in 2019, which was presential still. What if we challenge ourselves? We go with different shoes, but so both shoes had the orange. But you can imagine engineers is really cool, with different shoe in each foot. They're very rigid sometimes, engineers. Some of them were walking funny because shoes didn't have the same sole. So a bit of a challenge, but really challenging ourselves, to get out of the box. So why one of these stupid things? Well, yeah, but one of the silly little things that make you, just enjoy work and get out of the box. At the end of the day, it's got to do with innovation. So those are more example, a very pretty example we have here. After 2 years we had a first edition of our. Are we out of time? Yes. So I'm gonna pass very quickly. We made a little book, telling those 2 years, of culture. So who do we give this book? We give it to all the collaborators in December as a dummy of everything that we've lived in the 2 years, because we make one every 2 days, so they can always remember what our pillars of cultures are and how we can manage this. in an everyday life. Our next book is going to be digital, taking advantage of the whole pandemic thing. We had every month, Ricardo is connected through streaming with all the employees of the organization to tell us how we're doing. You know, we start with health, you know, then people, and then financial. So, how much time do you have? No, no more. That's it. All right. Okay. So, chats from home. Okay, this is more about the book. So, okay. So, how do we transform this into results? We've had many acknowledgements as far as innovations as one of the more innovative companies in the Latin American context. These are human or soft issues, as some people call them. You see, the indicators have better a lot in Tolima and Cabo. Our indicators of severity and frequency as far as health at work, health and safety work, human indicators, measurements of work environment, it's all going up. All of our policies obey to criteria of no discrimination of gender. We have programs with El Sena because we have many problems to finding women wanting to find in the sector of electricity and energy. So this has been our run. We started here. What I was telling you earlier, as far as 2016, it wasn't for free. We had a very important crisis with the rainfalls that shook us a lot, and from there we started this process of rethinking strategies of the company, and that's how we started growing. We see our net gains and how it's grown. So what happened with those anchors? We don't even have clients anymore. We have fans of Celsia. We have a program of Celsia fans, is how we transformed our offices. But this wasn't only for collaborators, but also thought about our fans or clients. Today, in the entire market, we've delivered everything. We have aeolic projects, and our first bus fleet that are electric in Colombia. Solar panels. We're the first company in Colombia with a major solar energy production. We closed August with 16,000 clients in El Valle del Cauca. So, and also 16,000 clients for internet service. And I'll tell you later why we got into it. It's not like we had a magic crystal ball telling us this is going to be essential, but it's because we were obliged through norms. You see how a person comes to your house and measures. So in a couple of years we have to change this. We're going to have counters that are fiber optic technology. So if we get fiber, so this optic fiber works for a lot of other things. So that's how we got into the whole internet thing. We here in Monteria and Cartagena, we have technical innovation. Innovation here, we have the area of innovation, which basically is focused in 4 horizons. So 1, 2, and 3 horizons are exploiting businesses or scaling them or even experimenting. We're divided in 4 segments: home, businesses, and there's another part of digitization. See what I was telling you? We had 1,700 formats, nearly 1,800, and we now have just 333, and they're all digital, okay? But it was a very hard negotiation, and we just have like 13 physical formats now. We've eliminated, this is the best thing. nothing has happened. You see, we've eliminated all them, and we didn't have just one person or the first provider or from Icontec saying, "Oh, you know, I'm missing this format. I need this." No, nothing happened. It was all good. We have Lucia, which is our cyber assistant, and our criteria ASG. They're transversal, obviously, along our culture. I think with a little video, I'll finish in a difficult year. You kept believing us, and we gave it all to deliver a service that's essential. Because being a shareholder of Excelsia, you're part of a company that doesn't stop growing. You invest in a project that constructs a whole country. It's a reality. The revolution, you push in new renewables energies in the whole of the country. From Malays that construct with us a better future, possibly 15 years ago it was unthought of. Such an investment of such size. No. We're thanking on behalf of all the children from Villarrica community for this project of Celsius, which is given in a pandemic year. It was very positive for us to have this help. I feel like all this effort, it, you invest in the energy of the people who continue their labor despite the difficulties. Thank God I've always had support. They, those people, because of their role, they deserve more recognition. Really, for us, was very important to protect our employees, and I thank you infinitely because this donation and the quantity that they've sent us has been the best thing that has happened to the hospital till now. And to all the people who remind us that life is pretty. I know. this year, the Metropolitan Theater was totally shut. But- So between Celsia and the theater, we had this great idea. What if we do a song as a hymn that expresses all the everything that we feel to society? What if we do among different artists in this country? Because more than investing in a company, you invest in the energy that moves us on with the one we create social value. Thank you for very much. I'll be done now with this video because I wanted to show you it because it's a video we did this year, not because I'm selling you shares, but it's because there we show the capital as human and how sales interacts with people. Okay, and that reflects culture because, like I said in the beginning, and I would like to finish with this is reflecting behaviors and acts of the people, which in this case is Elsia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Claudia, for your participation. We have some questions of the people who are connected virtually as far as your presentation. How great ideas are not frustrated in such a controlled company by, wow, what an excellent question. That's what we used to think like before. I think I'm going to say this one thing that might sound a bit like a phrase inside the box. We've heard it many times, like a cliche. Okay, the commitment of high executives is it's fundamental here. I mean, we started with this change in 2016, like I was telling you, not only because we had this crisis because of the weather, but also because there was a change generation-wise. So you know, the previous president was retired, and Ricardo came, and with this reconstruction, it was a commitment when we defined our pillars of culture, and we also defined the strategy of how we're going to do this. We knew all the difficulties we're going to find because of the sector we're in, which is so regulated. But back then, the vice president said, you know, I'll risk it. Although he had his house in Medellin, he was more in Medellin trying to find solutions through the government and to help the sector in the different segments. So I think that the high executives had a lot to do in the different segments and sectors, taking those ideas. So among such a terrible, strict regulation, renewable energies is now. So yes, to put in a nutshell, is the commitment from the high executives that help us move those massive walls that had been formed. Next question, as far as the method of sales here, being fragile and agile, how do you do this to satisfy external clients? So we have a minimum product which is viable. Like I was telling you, that our cell of work has a life of 3 months, and in those 3 months or 12 weeks, we need to have a minimum viable product that needs to come out, and then we have a project for development, maximum maybe for 1 year, so we can put it in the market. So everything, we have a pilot with clients for everything. So right now we're piloting a new product, which I can't tell you about, but it's happening in Pereira right now with the energy company of Pereira. So we had to sell for 3 months to have like a minimum one product. And so we're like doing this pilot now. So if it functions, it's gone. Okay, one last question. The data is important for business intelligence. How do you strengthen this culture without stigmatizing formats? Okay, perfect. You're touching now on a very important issue, which is big data. It's not like formats are stigmatized. They could be digital. We have nothing against formats as forms as long as they have a reason to be. So when we eliminate formats, it's like we're thinking, what do they do with that information? When I have to register assistance. Oh, it's just so that we know things. Well, okay, come here. Let's do it digitally. We have a number, and it's taken to a pool of data, but it doesn't have to be on paper. It's not against forms. It has to do with digitalization. And in the company, we're strengthening a lot the competencies of big data and analytics. Even through the ministerial initiatives, we have formed more than 130 people in these competencies, because we need the analytics and data are everywhere in every area of the company, not just in IT or innovation. So today we need to democratize data, and upon doing that, we all have ways of using it, but we do need those competencies. So it's a recommendation I give you all. Make sure to train your teams of work in big data and analytics, because these are the competencies we're going to require, and we actually are right now. Okay, very well. Thanks very much for your presentation, for answering those questions. Thank you very much for accompanying us. Thank you very much. I hope you've liked it. Thank you very much. Now we'll give you a little present on behalf of you. So, well, let's have a second successful experience. Carlos Martinez from the Savannah University, one of the most known universities. Carlos is a Magister in Direction and Management of Institutes of Education. He is a business manager, is system analyst, and he's had more than 20 years of experience, information systems. And Carlos, please come forth. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I know it's not a good time because we're thinking about having lunch, but let's just close this very rapidly and very dynamically.
The presentation, please. Before we get started, I've heard the previous panelists very carefully. I listened to them. And the question is, or the big idea is, how do we do this transformation, and where is the responsibility of education in this transformation? What are the universities doing in this sense? And I want to tell you about the digital transformation that has been happening in the University of La Sabana in the last few years. But before we get started talking about digital transformation, I want to mention that actually this digital transformation was triggered by an adverse event that happened in the University of La Sabana. I'm going to tell you that before that, I want to tell you that this is our campus outside Bogota in the Chia municipality. It has 114 hectares. But aside from that, we have 140 academic programs, both pre and post-grade. And then we have 9 schools, 2 cross-cutting institute is like the business school where high executives are trained. We have about 12,000 students, and we have 454 teachers. The University of La Sabana is one of the 5 best in the country according to the latest rankings, and one of the youngest universities that the country has. So between among the 5 most prestigious universities in the country, University of La Sabana is only 40 years old. So what have we done so that we can get these results? I'm only going to tell you about one, which is the digital transformation, with other components for sure. And before we talk about digital transformation, I want to tell you that something that triggered the digital transformation was this. This is the University of La Sabana in the year 2011. Before April 2011, a campus of many hectares. And this is the university after a Monday, an Easter Monday, where we got flooded. We all know what happened at that time. The University of La Sabana in the municipality of Chia, it had never been foreseen in the area that there would be a flood. a flood that left us 2 meters underwater. The whole campus got flooded that Easter Monday. And if you ask me, as the director of university technology, what really happened is that this actually benefited me because we all know that technology has important costs, but then also to look for this transformation, it doesn't happen if the business is not exposed. This was the building before the flood, and that was the same building, and we had to go on a boat because of the flood. And the whole continuity of the business was in question. That's what happened in the year 2012. But because the university has its resilience, it only considers one element, and that's we are a community of people. Aside from the university having buildings and schoolrooms and rooms, we are a community of people. And starting on that concept, we started a digital transformation. I'm going to show you a video of some of the news. The University of La Sabana, you can see how the whole campus is totally flooded again because of the Rio Bogota in the municipality of Chia, about 10 minutes away from Bogota. The water covers over 1 year, all the buildings, all the sport areas, and all the walkways, as well as the common areas, the parking areas, and the gardens. Everything is covered by water. Images tell the whole story. In the face of the strength of the water, all the strengthening works of the barriers along the river were ineffective. That was in the year 2011, April 2011. And as I was telling you, at that time, the University of La Sabana, the directors, with Dr. Obdulia, who was the director at that time, said, we need to define something which is called the digital campus. And at that time, we started thinking, what is a digital campus? So in the year 2014, actually, we started thinking, what is a digital campus? We didn't really know what it was. What we knew is that a digital campus, and mixing a little bit what was happening with the new academic models that were coming in at that time, we knew it had to be available from any device and from any place. That was the way that we were focusing the digital campus in the year 2014. In that year, we designed the roadmap of digital transformation, phase 1, because right now we are in phase 2. And there was a main goal, which was this. And Jorge Arias was saying that in his talk yesterday. We had to consolidate the whole technological platform so that there would be a single experience for the end user. Because there is a first element in digital transformation, and it has to be easy. If technology is not easy to use, there will be no digital transformation. In the end, the users are our customers, and our students and teachers are our main customers. So we designed an ecosystem, a technological platform that was totally integrated. In other words, one person with a digital ID or the username with all the security and accesses that this requires could join the platform. But when you do that, you allow for changes like the second change. And that was to go into cloud computing. Right now, La Sabana operates in Nashville. It has its contingency in Phoenix on the west side. And operation is available 24/7, and you pay by use, which makes it very cost effective. And then, but there is something very interesting, which is even more important than cost effectiveness, and that's agility. Is something, if we are criticized sometimes, the people at IT, is that we are not agile, that we stop the business, that we stop the growth. With this strategy, we're able to become more agile because when you're doing cloud computing, what you really win is that with one click, you can have access to the information systems that you might require. And we are living in a very accelerated world that is changing many things on that sense. And from then, things became easier. Here you show the change that has to become faster and faster. And this is what allowed us to do all this. This means that we had a strategy already pre-thought that was motivated by the flood. But then there is something interesting. This transformation, okay, I'm going to go back. So we built a comprehensive ecosystem that had different benefits. First of all, it was an integrative node. Number two, this gave us very interesting information for an assertive decision making. And like Professor Davenport from Harvard says, which was our model to design this, and he said that if we integrate everything, we're going to be able to capture information to make wise decisions. Then we started working on processes with something that probably happens in every organization. Maybe all the processes in the organizations are very well defined. And this helped us to think about a cross-cutting process from one end to the other without islands. This is very important because this is what generates the real transformation. When you have a cross-cutting process and you don't have a silo or an island, you need to start thinking about community work and co-creation with others. And we have talked about that in different talks. We also flexibilized the organization from a hierarchical structure, a traditional in educational entities. We went to a matricial structure when we had people with responsibilities with different lines going from there. And through this process, we saw that that was the highlight that really marked the organization transformation. I'm not saying that technology generates, it promotes transformation, but the transformation comes with the culture. So this is Obdulio Velázquez Posada, who was the director until last year, and he said something very interesting. A flood digitalized this university even before a pandemic. When the pandemic came, I'm going to tell you about this, I'm going to tell you the experience that we had, we were already prepared because we had had a flood. We knew that the continuity of our business was exposed, and this is what led us to the next thing. So then COVID came. We went through the flood, we were able to recover, and then we had COVID. I'm going to tell you COVID experiences. We all know that maybe many of you are teachers. People were giving the lessons with a blackboard and a marker. But then with COVID, on March 16, they decided to close and to have a general lockdown. So I really remember that March 16 because I was responsible to enact this digital campus. As I'm telling you, we had thought about having this digital campus from any place, but we didn't know that we were going to have a pandemic. So when March 16 came, the director said, Mr. Obdulio, and he said at 12 midday, he said, Mr. Martinez, please enact the digital campus starting tomorrow at 7 in the morning. So theoretically, we were prepared, but imagine the stress. So something is to have something ready, but then another thing is to switch it on. With another factor is that teachers were used to give their classes with a whiteboard and a marker, and now they had to do it in a remote way. Imagine what was happening at the time. So 7 in the morning, and March 17, we activated the digital campus. We gave 97% of the classes, 20,000 students connected of pre-grade and post-grade. The teachers giving the classes with very interesting figures. The students that went to the classes was 99% of the classes, where in-person classes we didn't reach 95%. So this started showing interesting things. And the university started thinking, wait. How is this happening? How we need to give the classes? Is this virtuality going to stay here? Do you think the pandemic changed our way of thinking? Who thinks that happened? Do you think that the pandemic, do you think that we're going to go back to the way that things were before the pandemic? No. We all believe that this has come to stay. So, what we had to do at the time was to face some challenges in the face of COVID-19. The first thing was to activate a contingency plan. We activated the campus, but then also remote work. It wasn't just to giving out the classes, it was also all the administrative back office. We were ready for that, and everyone started working from home as an office. And so we activated the campus, and we didn't miss a day of class or a single hour. So for sure, we had to train people in collaborative tools. How do you tell the teacher that is used to do it with a whiteboard and a marker, and to say, get connected to Teams or to Zoom, do it online, prepare tests that you can monitor. Imagine that. When you are having an in-person test, you can say, oh, you're checking a paper. But how do you do that online? So we had to face some important changes, and we had to activate some plans with the teachers to help them with this transformation. And here comes the second message. It's good to have the technology, but if you don't use it, it's good for nothing. So the transformation has to take us to the point where people can really use these tools for the daily work. Otherwise, it's good for nothing. So we started working on that. We trained we gave computers to the students, because you might not believe it, but many of the students were from faraway areas, and they didn't even have a connection to internet or a computer. The student would go to the campus, and then they would use the computer there. So we started distributing those computers. And so we kept having those classes. But something interesting came. When we switched to the new models, we started thinking about a new university. And here is the third message. Digital transformation changes your lifestyle and changes businesses. That's something inherent to digital transformation. If digital transformation wouldn't do that, it would not be a digital transformation. Aside from enacting technologies, it changes your way of thinking and your way of doing business. That's the way it works. So what did we do at that time? We had to face a different component, another element. Aside from having remote classes, the ministry said, now we need to start going back to the campus in a flexible way. Maybe some go one day, some go the other day. So with 12,000 students, with rooms for about 30 people plus the teacher, how can you guarantee that some would come and some wouldn't? How would you guarantee that the teacher could do it sometimes from the campus and sometimes from home, because maybe he had COVID or he had a problem in his family that wouldn't allow him to go to the campus and deliver his class? So we enacted a technology which is called the HiFlex technology. And this is how we could see how the experience for the student could be similar to going to the campus or staying at home. And we started understanding many things that were very interesting. For instance, that many of the students that the campus was open to are no longer going to class. They stay at home, maybe to avoid costs and to having to commute. But it has shown us that all this travel time is very expensive. And all companies that had physical places are switching many things to the home, and this mixture between family and work is maybe generating interesting results. And we started seeing something very interesting. We set up the HiFlex smart rooms with cameras that would guarantee that the experience was the same. But then we say, hey, wait a second. It didn't happen so much to us at the university, but for many ones that were in primary education, and you saw that some of the children were not motivated with a remote class. Maybe some of you had small children and you were there by your child trying to get him excited in the class, and the teacher kept talking and talking, and the child was not learning. So at the University of La Sabana, before that, we had already thought about that, but then we said, okay, we need to go and become a third generation university. And what's a third generation university? There are three main functions that a university has. Is moved by research, teaching, and social research. And that's what makes education happen. A third generation university wants to solve real problems. In other words, go to the market, find real problems, and and find uh, and find solutions through teaching and investigation and research. And imagine what was behind all that. Technology, because to have a third generation university focused on that, you need to have all kinds of technologies to connect networks, to connect with academics worldwide, to be able to look for these projects and develop them in a real way. So classes can no longer be, like it's happening to us, like 18th century classes. In the 18th century, we would uh, educating people for war and slavery, and right now we don't have these problems anymore. Now we have digital transformation, as I was telling you. We have technology in the rooms, in the halls, and here we can see something that is very interesting, which is the PPP.
So we realized that one of the media that was more efficient to do something that what is called engagement today with the students is obviously a mobile phone. Interesting, right? So wait a minute, I'm migrating from a model of transforming education through a mobile phone? Well, we don't know. But the sure thing is that students needed engagement. So that's the next element. Digital transformation means that you get students' attention for the simple reason, which is before students to get to study at the university, they needed to go through some very painful processes, and they had to beg and have like a friend in the ministry or something to see if they could study at the university. But nowadays, they don't want to study anymore, children. They want to be YouTubers or influencers or whatever. Is that wrong? Well, no. That means that universities and the impact of the university has to change. They need to attend those new necessities of a new society. And look, let's look at the society we're talking about. You see, we have 18th century education today. Many of the educational institutions today, they still educate people like it's 3 centuries ago. And what that used to be was that teacher was the only one who knew and had the knowledge and was in charge of passing the information to the students. Now the great question today is if the revolution 4.0 is the problem information. What do you think? Students now, they have too much information, a lot of it. So there's a constant conflict against the professor because they're convalidating permanently against their mobile phones. There's a big gap here in the education. This is why in the global forum Economic Forum. How do you respond to this education of 4.0 and the changes that have been given? Some people came with different model that was for the one. The problem here is it's not knowledge, okay, which was exclusive to the teacher before. There's a worse problem now, and is that students have too much information without context. They don't know what to do with it. That's the great problem we have today. It's not that our children have access to information with one click. It's just that they don't have a criteria to know whether the information is good or not. So what do the institutions to do? They need to form criteria. You know, how do you do it? Just shooting out information? No, it's through processes that are called process of education. And I'm going to refer to this very, very quickly. Apart from this, there's one thing that's super important. Now, parents come and realize that education that their children get is not the quality that they used to, tell one and charge for, right? So when a teacher is just shooting out information and the student says, well, I'm paying for this. So there's some very important changes there, and students also start creating tensions. And something interesting happens is that technology starts changing the form we're being educated. That's the first impulse that we get in the educational institutions. So in this way, engagement requires very important strategies to be able to help us do our job correctly, which was to understand through CRM to see what happened with those students and how to engage them. Because now I wasn't interested anymore if the student that came, for one, I don't know if you have this paradigm, if somebody says to me, get a piece of paper out, it makes my hair stand. Now I want to understand what's happening to this student. What are their interests? What are their emotions? How do I engage? So I can actually educate them. This is exactly what we need to do, to transform so we can educate. In this sense, we implement this project. We have another project which is our architecture for analytics. So analytics, understanding clients and accompaniment for the information is going to give us the very powerful key to confront what we're confronting right now. And to be able to explain what I just said is, this is this. The client in the center. What was the experience before? The teacher gave information and they would castigate them and punish them with a grade. Now we don't. That student is an internal client, but more than a client, is a person we need to transform. So we look at it at the university. So parting from their necessities and interests, I show them different processes academically that comply with this. So I don't know how many here we saw differential calculus. Who applies this? No one. The great question here is, do we need calculus? Well, I can't respond to that. I'm not academic, but I know that I need to start having in the classroom an experience that indicates what is it for. What do you need calculus? What am I applying it to? It's not learning the formula, it's learning how to solve problems. And when not everybody sees it the same way, and not everyone is interested in the same front. Each person, we're unrepeated people, thank God. We're unique. So evidently we have different necessities and different interests. So education is not for everyone. Like I say, to educate sausages, but it's education for each and one of you to be able to educate it for the rest of your life. So there's a concept behind this. I'm not going to talk about it because there's no time. Okay, so it's lifelong learning, it's called. So universities go towards that, for education for the whole life. Study plans that correspond to those necessities that each and one of the people have sitting inside a classroom. And so in that sense, it's very important that all this is generated within the frame of culture. So we needed to break some paradigms, because this has like it's a paradigm of 2 centuries. So how do we break this? We start conceptualizing through embracing technology, as we call it. So the University of Savannah defined that last year. Their 4 strategic priorities was we want to be humane university, and why? Because robotization has come along. I don't know if you know, but robotization is gonna displace 70% of the jobs today in the next 15 years. So that means if a robot or an automation does it, what's left for the human being to do? Well, the transhumanists that work on that, according to a book which is called Robot Proof, it's very good. What they're saying is what they want to do with the human being is to make it more and more human each time. And so what's that capacity of a human that robot will never be able to replace? That's the capacity to creation. This is something that the human being can do, and it's not replaceable by a robot, because a robot can automate anything and do it quicker, but cannot create. So here at the University of Savannah, to get to this concept, has invented or designed through our team those 4 priorities. 1, agile portfolio, plan of study, engineers, technicians, accountants, administrators, but also another micro courses series which will generate competencies. Education should generate competencies, and it's not a knowledge, okay? Okay, it's not 2 by 4, it's what is 2, what is 4, and so the second thing is classes. They don't have to have this component of being theoretical anymore. Classes should be real problem solution. Come here, give me your problem as a company. Okay, I have 12,000 students that would like to solve your problems for the teacher, of course. So to generate significant experiences. The third, it's an architecture for a 3rd-generation university. An investigation, scientifically sound, but that solves problems. Not just papers that are there, in a folder. And lastly, an innovative experience, which for this, like the person before said, I thought, like, we're thinking all the same. These are the 7 behaviors. So we embrace technology. It's true that all these changes will all happen if we embrace technology. And embracing technology is something that's very complex. One thing is saying it, another thing is to really use technology to do those transformations. So here we should be guided by a thing called to construct future and dreaming big. These are the ones that are giving us the line today at the University of Savannah for all our projects. And here we have another rupture. We saw with phase 1 pandemic, we found ourselves that we could respond, but then we have other challenges. Hey, we've been shortchanged. How do we migrate? Where do we migrate to? How do we do this? So then we go to the root transformation, phase 2, and then we started talking about something that worked very well in the past, which was the famous ecosystems that are integrated. I would mention that one of the great challenges in technology is to be able to have different systems of information somehow integrated, so the experience is unique, one. So, because it doesn't make sense to have different experiences in the sense that user at the end, of course, it's going to be attended the way they're supposed. So in that route, we're talking about integrated ecosystems. So for example, have an ecosystem called learning in Unisavannah. So she said they work through cells. We also work through cells, you see. We have the equipment of technology distributed in cells to attend those 4 priorities strategically. So what do the cells do? They are in charge of permanently being looking at the market. What's the last technology? which one can I bring to the university? And those cells are not integrated only by teams of technology. There are many interdisciplinary teams to be able to attend those necessities precisely. So in this sense, we're seeing here each one of those things, which is system of information, from different providers, different makers, integrated under one experience for the student, okay, through the teachers. So it's a lot more dynamic and easier this way. Excuse me, I went too far. So we're talking here now that this learning system has a heart, just like any ecosystem. Any ecosystem should have a heart, and it's the center of everything, of all the process. So, for example, here we have LMS. I don't know if you know what this is. Learning management system, right? This learning management system is the way that today a teacher articulates and structures and delivers a class virtually. Today, I actually like presentiality more because I've seen that we're autonomous in the acquirement of knowledge. That means that it's not necessary anymore to tell you about something, but to have contents that are flexible and dynamic for the students so they could acquire the knowledge. And then, with the previously acquired knowledge, based on the process of teaching, I'm going to a classroom or go to campus to experiment with that knowledge that I've acquired. And the evaluation is not like, hey, get a piece of paper out. No, evaluation is to check the whole process from top to bottom. How did the student really acquire the competence? And that really transforms society. And many of the challenges that I've heard in this scenario here is how can we transform people for this? The responsibility of the university is huge in this sense. This is why we talk about Education 4.0, which is launched, and it's not necessary anymore, or not important anyway. It's not enough, let's say, just knowledge. It's like, so how do you socialize things? How do you make a team? How do you work in team? How do you confront technology? How do I co-create with others? That's the way how the society moves today. I don't know if you've known this, but kids today have a way of interacting virtually. I've got 4 kids, and one of them, which is the second son, he studies in a way that makes me feel anxious, but it's also very effective. So maybe I'm wrong, because maybe I've studied in the 18th century. So now he studies through the mobile phone, and the way he does work is through his mobile phone without the. I don't know how they do it. I mean, I really need to sit down on a computer and do it, but he doesn't. He does it with other colleagues, and they just share folders, and like, if they have like 2 minutes to do it, they still do it in time, and it's all good. How do they do that? I mean, I have no idea, because in my times, I had to study 3 hours before, dedicate myself 100% to this, but this is the society we're creating today. This is why we have LMS, which is an academical model, which is different, new, and is based on technology. And from that model, well, teachers are obliged to which is something very hard to find, which is lesson planning. And the teacher, to be able to apply those technologies, they need to be able to plan the lessons very, 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 very well. So if the class isn't a lesson, it ain't gonna go down very well. So then we have experimenting learning. It has some very interesting components, but today students learn through games. My children learn through chess. So it's a different way of learning. So they learn through gamification. It's very, very important today. They also work through challenge-based learning or projects. They love challenges today, students. They just kill them. So if you give them a challenge that has to do with different subjects, guess what happens? They end up learning quickly and they're engaged, which means they don't look at education like, well, I had to do this and now. No, it's not like that anymore. The most interesting thing is that they are now engaged and they start developing something that's important. And you see that you find the great capacity of the human being to create with others. And that's the call for universities today. We all agree that academia, with what we had before today, it didn't really solve real problems. It more had to do with segregation and individualism. So if I solve real problems with others, I co-construct with others. And when I do that, we now construct a better society. This is what we try to do at the University of Savannah. So the other is an academic model which is based in technology, and of course, so it happens that the subjects I go and study is not the subjects they tell me I need to do. Okay, so now you can actually, every person can choose the route of learning. They could decide for credits what credits see and they should see and what not. And this is why we're successful academically. This is very, very important, because as we make challenges for students and they solve them, we have micro certifications that are validated through blockchains. So to make sure that they really solve those challenges, so when they graduate, we'll know everything that happened to this student from the beginning. And guess what's going to happen? In those networks of work, then they can choose a person who can really solve real problems that they may have. So that's how, very quickly, I'm going to go through this, which is investigation, which is the center of all the investigative processes, which requires collaborations with other institutions globally. Investigation can't be just closed to Colombia, Chile, or Cartagena. It has to be an investigation that's applied to the whole world. The world is interconnected today, and we need to take this investigation to all these parts of the world. So we have a series of tools here also, and especially one I want to refer to, which is artificial intelligence.
Right now, at the Savannah University, we have some data based on a data lake that has all kinds of things. So the idea is, how can I extract from all this fish the information that I need to leverage research projects? What's happening with the population post-pandemic as far as the emotions, and all this information is getting captured because we have a clinic in the area of influence, and so we can start using this artificial intelligence or big data to start analyzing behaviors and models that will allow us to co-create or generate research projects that will really solve real problems. So we are discovering something very interesting in this sense, to leverage research. And then another ecosystem that we have here has to do with process automation. We have seen that most human beings, most of us sitting here, we invest a lot of time in activities that don't add value because systems don't allow for that. And one big challenge of digital transformation is to automate and robotize as much as possible. We did an exercise, a calculation, and we could free 62% of man hours right now in university if we would automate those processes. 62% of man hours, that's thousands and thousands of hours. What for? To get rid of people? No, to innovate. To innovate, because what's the capacity of the human being that cannot be replaced by a robot? To create. Use your time to create. Don't use your time to copy the format. And I'm not talking about Icontec, but we base all this in processes. But the automation plays a fundamental role. Formats are important, yes, but that turns us into a robot. So we're doing a very interesting exercise regarding process automation to start leading this process of man hours in order to be able to innovate. And lastly, we can live out this ecosystem experience, customer centric. As soon as a student, from the time that he is in school, we need to know how they feel, where are their interests taking them, what kind of skills he wants to develop, how can we gear the the training of that student for, yes, we want that to sell it, yes, for sure. But if you sell something once and then you are not able to sell again, what happens? So we're capturing this here, not just to sell, but to start generating adding value to that student that is getting trained so that they will build with us. And finally, that should take us that we call the digital and smart campus. Remember the first slide that we saw? The idea that is in 2023 we'll have a digital campus and smart campus, that where we'll have machine learning, artificial intelligence, robotization processes that will allow us to transform the university. I would like to close with our current director, Rolando Archiviaci, and together with all the directors of the university wants to build together the future. And the idea is to innovate to grow. University of La Sabana is focused on innovating to grow. The way that the human beings grow and innovate is through transformation, sustained by digital transformation. And the big question is, what is it that the university wants to innovate to grow? And imagine that quality is very important. And quality, not so much in the technical processes of quality, but for an educational education, it's measured in the real transformation of a human being. You see that when you have a student that don't have good skills, and I transform that into a person that can transform real problems in society. So that's why we want to have transformation processes that will get us to quality processes, not so much for the organization, but center in the customer. What happens to that student? That's the last invitation and the last message that I want to leave with you. If you're designing quality processes, think about this in a customer-centric way, not in a way to make it easier for the university. I'm going to tell you a story. We have a service area within technology, and the idea is to put tickets. Okay, if you have a problem, people turn in a ticket, and we have an answer time, and that's fine. But somebody asked me a question. Come on. You have asked me why a ticket? The ticket is to make it easier for you because it reaches me, I can prioritize it, I can assign it, I give it a time, etc. But did you ask me if I'm interested in having a ticket? Is it good for me or to write an email for that? Wouldn't it be easier if you would ask me how I would like this to be? That's a good question, don't you think? So that led us to think in the technology directorate that in order to innovate to grow, we need to look at our processes from the perspective of the customer, not from the University of La Sabana together with the engineering school, the medicine school, we established a pneumology and rehabilitation program to create ventilators. It creates real problems. So when we had the pandemic, we had a real problem. We identified that we were not going to have enough ventilators to save human lives, and this multidisciplinary team produced Unisabana herons. I'm going to show you this. the idea of having a ventilator is to be able to supply the oxygenation needs of patients with this disease where the lungs are really affected. Those patients with COVID many times are going to need that the pressure, the oxygen pressure or saturation needs to increase, and the ventilator can be used for that. The ventilator that was developed in the engineering school at the University of La Sabana allows us to regulate the volume, the concentration, or the inspired fraction of oxygen, and then and this can also be useful because we can vary the relation between inspiration and expiration, even to have pauses. And we can regulate the number of pauses per minute, which is the number of breaths every minute. We can also regulate the pressure at the end of inspiration, and the peak pressure during every breathing cycle. Our artificial ventilator is not built with biometric valves and sensors because they are very expensive and it will be impossible to get them now in the market. So that makes a very big difference. It's done with valves that are very easy to get in the market, with pneumatic systems that are very easy to get nationally, and with an electronic card that is also simple, but at least allows us to have all these functions that I just mentioned. And you can also get it nationally. So it's important that every ventilator that we get doesn't depend on imports. The areas of knowledge that we handle at the team is electronics, mechanics, and civil mechanics, and then Luis Fernando, who is a doctor. It has some advantages as far as precision, and then safety systems, as well as the cost, which is pretty low. It's between the range of costs what you would consider a low-cost ventilator. So we tried everything as far as volume and mix, and the results were very good. And we got the same results that we had gotten in our lab. With the current results, which are mechanical evaluation and flow evaluations, and non-invasive evaluations of ventilation given by the saturation, and those results are very promising. The lab at the university, we have all the infrastructure to build in series these kind of devices. Finally, what's the idea for this ventilator? It's designed for COVID, not just to have a ventilator out to the market very quickly, but we want also something that will work specifically for COVID. And in this sense, closing now my talk and wanting to thank you for this opportunity, I want to give you a message. A mechanical engineering student or civil engineering or a student of medicine that were at Unisabana Herons, would you say, did they learn more than in a class? I'm sure they did. And also it had a tangible effect, which was saving human lives, which an additional factor is the fact that ventilators, you know, that they were very expensive, and that's why we didn't have enough in the country at that particular point. And many of the ventilators are set up in remote areas where people didn't have access to this kind of ventilators. This is solving real problems. It's leveraging research, teaching, using a social focus. And that's the last message. Align capacities. When you do digital transformation, you need to see what you need to align behind that, because one thing is to talk about it, and the other thing is to do it. Align means investing in resources in digital transformation and in behavioral changes in technology, for sure. And to that end, for sure, you need the participation of the directors. These are my contact data, and for sure, if you have any problem, please come to us. We can solve any problem. Thank you. Thank you so much, Carlos. But you can't leave yet because we have some questions from the people that have connected virtually with us. what have been the biggest challenges that you have faced in the places where you are implementing those digital transformation projects, and how have you solved those challenges? Well, I was closing with that, and thank you for the question. The biggest challenges are to align capacities. When you define a good goal, and a big goal, maybe a digital campus or a digital and smart campus, like we want to have it, you have to align capacities behind that. Three types of capacities. The organizational structure with all the hack, all the salaries, all the administration, then the culture, that's a fundamental element, and then the people. These three components are essential to be able to achieve this digital transformation. How do you measure the quality of the educational process at the campus? Have you been able to validate the improvement? And how have you integrated everything that has to do with ensuring quality? Well, that's a very good question, because that's a big question that we have to answer to the ministry. After all, the ministry want to have is a score. And this is what we see when we measure quality. But now it's measured, and the ministry is already proposing those things, where they are requiring educational institutions that in order to guarantee the quality, they let them see what was the process of transformation in the human being. If I got to the university with certain qualities, what did you do during that academic process to get that result? Now universities are facing that, but that's a challenge that we have. Now, how can we show that? With technology, there is no other option. Because the only way in which you can show that a person has been transformed is when you solve real problems. In other words, you apply your knowledge or you apply your skills to solve real problems. And behind that, you have technological platforms that they put forward challenges, projects, learning experiences that the student needs to go through to achieve that progress. What was the management of change in the teachers? Aside from training them, what else can you do? And that is very hard to answer that in this scenario, but I'll try to do it. The biggest challenge was to transform what teachers were doing. And we know that teachers, as I know, they were just use a whiteboard and chalk or a marker. But of course, when they have to use technology, there is a big problem. Because use the camera, use the sound, let me see if the students are connected virtually. I don't know how many people are outside. I don't know if they are connected, and I don't know if they are learning. Those are some of the challenges that the teacher have. But then we did man-to-man follow-up. For sure, we did mass training. We had some courses so that the people would register and use the dynamics in order to implement the change, but it was very hard for them. And we are still working on the process. It has not ended. The teacher has to transform himself. He has to transform for this new dynamics that is coming. And I insist, it has come to stay. But since the year 2014, when we started the digital campus, we were already aligning capacities. And we had a training process starting this year so that the teacher would go through a technological evolution. There was a department called the CTA, Technologies for the Academia, that was training the teachers between 2014 and 2018. We didn't know that the pandemic was coming, but when the pandemic came, we were ready. In other words, how have you gotten the resources to implement the digital transformation that was pushed by the flood? Because this is an important factor. Yes, certainly. In order to obtain the resources, because without resources it's very hard to do this, you need a trigger, something that will promote you, that will push you in that sense. The resources came in the university through technology when you thought about that dream, when we realized that we were a community of people, when that led us to the idea of a digital campus. And when we had a clear dream, we were able to position in the whole institution and with the directors the exercise that we are going in that direction. In other words, a technological strategy. Mackenzie says that if you have an organizational strategy, you need to have a technological strategy. They need to go together. Once you define an organizational structure, we define a technological structure, a roadmap, and that's how we were able to get the resources for these important changes. Thank you, Carlos, for your presentation. Thank you for being with us this morning. Our collaborator is going to give you a gift from Icontec. So we're going to have a recess for lunch. Again, we're going to start the afternoon session at 2 with the plenary and a conference on Quality 4.0 Innovation and Digital Transformation by Christopher Colo. It's going to be in English, so if you need translation devices to listen to the simultaneous interpretation, you can get your headsets at the entrance. For the people that are following us virtually, if you want to see at the conference, in the top right end, you will be able to listen. You will be able to listen to the translation. So let's have lunch. Please enjoy a delicious lunch. You may go out on this other door. We change. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Enjoy your lunch. We can meet again, we can convene again at 2.
Aló, ¿me estás escuchando? Aló, aló, probando sonido. Aló, 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 aló. Probando sonido, 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 sonido. Aló, sí, sí. Uno, dos, tres. Sí, sí, probando. Sonido, sonido. ¿Qué tal se escucha? Dale, andándole. Dile a la muchacha para que llenen el formulario. Dale el formulario. Sí, sí, probando sonido, 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 sonido. Uno, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Uno, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sí, sí, sí. Colombia, sí, sí, Caribe. Sí, sí, sí. Uno, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sí, 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 sí. Sí, sí, probando sonido. Sí, 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 probando sonido. Uno, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Uno, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, un pocotón. Dale. Probando sonido, 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 sonido. De Jeremías Ascanio. Probando los tres. Perfecto. Todo perfecto. Listo.
Hola, hola, hola. Sí, Ender, te oigo. Sí, te oigo. Uf, pero maravilloso. Listo, súper. Sí, súper bien. Uno, dos, aquí probando. Tranquilo. Aquí estamos. One, two. Testing, testing. Probando, 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 probando. Si me oyes bien todavía, listo. Eso, haz la S, eso. Pasas ahí por la mitad. No, pues, pero si sonábamos allá, aquí fijo. Bien, 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 bien. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Probando, probando, probando. Pruebas uno, dos, pruebas uno, dos. Con Mr. Ender. Listo, Endercito. Dale, con gusto, papá.